We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. Sign-ups are available until 5 p.m. Central Time yesterday. Members of the public will speak under agenda item number 5, and those members of the public joining remotely will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is their turn to speak. Please note that this meeting will be recorded, and the recording will be made available to the public. State Bar Executive Director Trey Apfel will now call the roll.
Director Addy has an excused absence. Director Benish. Here. Judge Brown has an excused absence. Director Browning. Judge Bullard has an excused absence. Director Cantu. Director Cavazos. Director Charbonnet. Director Cherry. Director Chiscano. Director Cochran. Director Courageous. Director Culpepper has an excused absence. Director Gomez. Director Grosdidier has an excused absence. Director Harris. Director Harrison. Director Hicks. Director Hill. Director Huddleston. Director Castle. Director Kegg. Director Kugler. Senior Justice Learman has an excused absence. Director Linehan. Director Locke. Director Martinez. Director Masri. Judge McClure. Director Mateer. Judge Miller. Director Morales. Director Tony Wynn. Director Nicholson. Director Perez. Director Pineda. Director Popov. Director Pratt. Director Quadros. Director Rod. Director Sloan. Director Spaniel. Director Stafford. Director Stelly. Director Tawada. Director Thiagi Rajan has an excused absence. Director Tisdale. Director Tobin. Director Vargas. Director Vasquez. Director Venzor. Director Voss. Director Weinstein. Director Wooten. Director Work. Director Rampelmeyer. Director Michael Wynn. Justice Young. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I now call Director Diana Gomez to deliver the invocation.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, as we sit here this morning, gathered in our shared commitment to upholding the rights and freedoms of all, we appeal to the Creator for wisdom and strength in the pursuit of justice. May we work towards advocating for the voiceless, defending the vulnerable, and ensuring equality for those in most need of it. Today, let us work together in achieving fair judgments, shared knowledge, and continuing the unique work our profession provides to our community, especially as we select a new chair today. May our minds be open to the wisdom and clarity needed for our meeting and to preserve the rule of law.
Amen, and thank you, Director Gomez. We now call Director Chris Popoff to lead the board in the pledges to the U.S. and the Texas flags.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Director Popoff. this time, we would like to welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Any member of the public joining us in person who wishes to speak should sign a blue sign-in card and return it to the staff. If there is no specific topic of discussion, if there is a specific topic of discussion or agenda item you would like to speak on, please list that on the card. If any members of the public have signed up to speak remotely, you will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is your time to speak. And I will address you to indicate when you may begin. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak, and we will notify you when your time is complete. Okay. Are there any members in the waiting room? Are there any members present? Okay. Okay, so we've had an opportunity for the members of the general public to speak, and no one has signed a blue card or presented in the Zoom waiting room. So we will proceed. During the remainder of the meeting, if there are board members or staff who wish to speak, please approach the microphone. Identify yourself, please, and I'll let you know when it is your turn to speak. For the chair's report, I will say I would encourage you to use board effect. I know that many of you have your computers today because of the voting that we are engaged in. I would also continue to encourage you to speak to your local bar associations about the updates from the State Bar for information and to answer any questions that your constituents may have. I thank you for your service, and I appreciate the service that you've allowed me to give to you as your chair. Well, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. If any director wishes to remove any item from the consent agenda to be placed on the regular agenda, please speak now. Hearing no modifications and hearing a motion, who made the motion? State your name. Okay. Pettis made the motion. Director Pettis, who seconded? Is there a second? Rudy Mateer has seconded. We now move to approve the consent agenda. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. I now introduce President Benish for his presentation of one or more resolutions.
Good morning. Okay, that was strong. That was really good. I hope everybody had a good time last night. For those of you who were able to join us, and it's nice to see you again this morning. It is indeed my great pleasure to present a resolution at this time to a valued member of the Fort Bend County legal community, Judge Robert Kern, who, after I give my remarks, after that I'm going to ask Judge Kern to come up here in front of the podium where we can present that resolution to him. Judge Kern is and he's seated before me. Judge Kern is a 56-year member of the State Bar of Texas. He is a former director of the State Bar's Judicial Section and a former member of the Texas Bar College. He received his Juris Doctor degree from the University of Texas at Austin, and worked in private practice for 3 decades. As a lawyer, he was among the first in Texas to become board certified in family law in 1975, and folks, that's the first year that the TBLS awarded certifications in family law. In 1999, Governor George W. Bush appointed Judge Kern to the bench of the 387th District Court, which was a newly created court specializing in family law. Judge Kern's peers later elected him as the presiding local district administrative judge for Fort Bend County, and a position that he served in from 2002 to 2004. Judge Kern served as an advisory director to the Texas Board of Legal Specialization from 2008 to 2012. He has been active in many other legal organizations, including the Fort Bend County Bar Association, the Fort Bend County Self-Representation Committee, the Houston Bar Association, the Houston Volunteer Lawyers, the Gulf Coast Family Law Specialists Association, the Texas Academy of Family Law Specialists, and the Berta Rhodes Rayborn Family Law American Inns of Court. Judge Kern retired from the bench in 2012 as senior district judge, but he continues to preside as a visiting senior judge throughout Southeast Texas. Today, the State Bar of Texas honors Judge Kern with a resolution in recognition of his outstanding efforts on behalf of all of the people of Texas. His dedication particularly to the Fort Bend County community and his unwavering commitment to the legal profession. Would you please rise with me and honor Judge Kern? That's a fun way to start the morning. That's a lot of fun. All right, the chair has permitted me to move on with, while I'm up here with the report from the president, and I believe we're good to go. Rather than talk about all the places that I have traveled to in service to the profession over the last quarter since our last board meeting, I wanted to, as I did last time, to talk about you. As we all know, our real service as directors, as board members to our profession and to our communities occurs between these quarterly meetings, which are merely pit stops and opportunities for fellowship and exchange of best practices. But the real rubber meets the road where we live and work, and that's where I ran into 20 of you since the last quarterly board meeting and 10 past state bar presidents. It's actually more than 20. I saw a couple more directors across the room at a larger event and didn't get an opportunity to snap a picture with you. But I did want to go ahead and honor those of you who I ran into, and I believe we've got a little slideshow about that. And this is as nearly as I could remember in chronological order. Obviously, due to weather issues, Justice Lehrman could not be with us today, but ran into her at the Austin Bar Gala with her husband, Greg. And also there, Justice Evan Young was there with another illustrious figure, former Chief Justice Tom Phillips, at the Austin Bar Gala. Ran into Aaron Tobin at the National Conference of Bar Presidents, and Allison Martinez there as well. Ran into Allison several places. With many of these, it was several times, and I just had to pick one picture. And then at a Houston bar function, saw both Director Shannon Quadros and Deanna Gomez. And I'm going to get back to Deanna here in a second. And then also at that same Houston bar function, Director Michael Wynn. Then at the Council of Chairs, I ran into Directors Pierre Grodidier, who I believe has an excused absence today, to Laura Kugler, and to Kenda Culpepper. And then at one of the retreats for the Leadership SBOT program, Judge Jesse McClure, along with immediate past President Cindy Tisdale and TYLA President Hisham Masri. Lots of opportunities to hang out with Trey and Santos and Cindy over the last quarter. Here's a picture of Executive Director Trey Apfel, President-elect Santos Vargas, and immediate past President Cindy Tisdale at the Western States Bar Conference. It was a pleasure to run into Director Karen Locke at the Asian Pacific Interest Section annual meeting in Dallas. And then the last four were at an Austin bar function, a dedication of a portion of the Carriage House facility, a standalone right next to the Hilgers House. There's Lowell Kegg, along with many other friends, Director Rudy Mateer, as well with one of our honorees, with Kenan Wooten, with David Courageous, among others. It was also a pleasure to run into, and again, more than I have pictured, but 10 former state bar presidents. First of all, Bill Whitehurst and his wife Stephanie at an Austin bar function, along with Justice Darlene Byrne, Kelly Frells and his wife Carmela at a function in Houston, and Randy Sorrells at that same event, and Lynn Liberato at that same event as well. And then at an event honoring David Beck for his lifetime achievement, ran into the man himself, David Beck. At an earlier Houston bar event, ran into Laura Gibson. And then at the Austin Bar Gala, saw Martha Dickey. And then at the Texas Board of Legal Specialization induction, Buck Files, who was honored there. Of course, Cindy Tisdale at many events, and then Trey Apfel. And I wanted to highlight this last picture because it's cool. And this is Deanna with her entire family at the National Conference of Bar Presidents, receiving its highest honor, the 2025 Fellows Award. So would you please join me in recognizing Director Gomez for that singular honor. All right, so what else is cooking? Yesterday, the State Bar continued its tradition of producing a free CLE seminar before our quarterly board meeting, and sometimes those are well attended and sometimes they are not. This room was packed yesterday afternoon. We were very pleased at not only the turnout, but everybody. I had the opening and I had the closing, and so I was there on both ends, and it was nice to see that folks spent the entire afternoon to us. The updates for solo practitioners and small firms seminar took place here in Sugar Land. The attendees heard a State Bar update and learned about developments in family law, criminal law, employment law, artificial intelligence, all while receiving 2.5 hours of CLE credit. I want to recognize and thank the directors who participated in that, including Director Brittany Harrison, Allison Martinez, Lawrence Morales, and Sharon Sandel for joining me as speakers at this event, and thank you very much. It was wildly successful. As you may recall, one of my goals when I ran for this position was to help the State Bar make its website more user-friendly, easier to navigate, and I'm pleased to report that the staff continues to move forward with a website redesign project. We now have a third-party vendor, a consultant under contract, and that work is proceeding. The primary goals of the project are to make the site, as I mentioned, as user-friendly as possible, to give the site a fresh look and feel, and to organize content so that it's easy to find and accessible to all. As I think I've mentioned before, the site will include an FAQ, a frequently asked questions, which will be a link to an online searchable database of common questions that we receive, that the public receives and that we receive, issues and concerns, kind of one-stop shopping in connection with that. Let's talk a little bit about AI, artificial intelligence. The State Bar leadership continues to closely follow issues surrounding AI, including its beneficial uses and potential ethical pitfalls. The State Bar's Task Force for Responsible AI in the Law, or TRAIL, as you know, is working to develop an online toolkit to help Texas attorneys keep abreast of developments in the use of artificial intelligence in the practice of law. And I can tell you, having talked about the toolkit with my counterparts, the presidents of other bars in both the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents and the Western States Bar Conference, as well as at the National Conference of Bar Presidents, that we're ahead of the curve. Texas, unsurprisingly, is ahead of the curve, and they are anxious to see how this toolkit looks. It is the spring homework project for TRAIL. The task force plans to have the toolkit will look at resources to help attorneys navigate the use of AI safely and ethically. The task force plans to have the toolkit available this spring. And so I'm excited about that. As I mentioned at the January board meeting, one recommendation that arose from the work of TRAIL was to request an opinion from the Professional Ethics Committee on the use of generative AI, and to request for the opinion. That request for the opinion was made this past spring. Then, in February 2025, the Professional Ethics Committee issued Opinion 705, which focuses on ethical issues arising from lawyers' use of AI. And I encourage everyone to read the opinion in full. Also, the State Bar's Joshua Weaver wrote a helpful post in the Texas Bar blog summarizing the opinion, which is also worth reading. But the conclusion I want to highlight just for a moment, the conclusion of Opinion 705 says the following, and I quote, "While there may be ways that generative AI can assist in the practice of law and benefit lawyers and clients alike, Texas lawyers must always be aware of the ethical issues that may arise in the use of generative AI. Among many other issues, lawyers should acquire basic technological competence before using any generative AI tool, should always ensure that the tool does not imperil confidential client information, should always verify the accuracy of any responses received from a generative AI tool, and should not charge clients for the time saved by using a generative AI program." Now I want to talk a little bit about our at-large directors. These would be at-large directors for 3-year terms, beginning with the annual meeting in June and expiring at the annual meeting in June 2028. There are 4 at-large director positions on the State Bar Board. At the annual meeting in June, the terms for 2 of those positions will expire. The State Bar invited potential nominees who were interested to submit their applications by this past December 2nd. The ad hoc committee to select at-large directors received all the nominations, conducted interviews with all of the applicants, and submitted 4 nominees for my consideration. I conducted my own interviews of all 4 of the nominees, and they were all, in a word, incredible. Any of them, all of them, would be worthy additions to this board of directors. They all have tremendous experience. They all have stellar volunteer service. And frankly, it was a difficult decision, but I was pleased that we had so many qualified applicants to consider. I have selected Stephen M. Foster and Allison Fox Dahlberg, whose resumes are in your materials. The terms for the positions will begin at the annual meeting, as I said, in June 2025, and will expire at the annual meeting in 2028. I want to thank that committee chair, Liz Cantu, thank you. And also to committee members Steve Chiscano, Brittany Harrison, Karen Locke, and Rudy Mateer for all of their great and important work in the selection process. And with that, at the tail end of my report, I want to thank you for your time, and I move that the board approve the appointments of Stephen M. Foster and Allison Fox Dahlberg as at-large directors.
Thank you, President Benich. President Benich has made a motion that at-large directors be approved by this body. The motion requires someone to make the motion. Director Courageous. And if this is a second, please state your name. Second, Michael Witt. Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded as to the at-large directors. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations to our new at-large directors. And I believe we have a member of the public in the waiting room, one or more. We're ready. I don't have the person's name. So whoever is in the waiting room, you have 3 minutes. If you could please state your name also, that would be helpful. And you're still joining, so I will tap dance. So, hope you're having a good morning. Yeah. They're in. So whoever you are in the waiting room, if you could please state your name, and you have 3 minutes. We appreciate you joining us. You are on mute. If you could unmute, that would be great. If you could unmute, that would be helpful. We're not able to hear you. And if you could also state your name, please. Okay, I understand you're to be.
Okay, good. Can you hear me and see me now?
Yes, thank you so much. Carlos, are you Carlos Leon?
I sure am, and I'm ready to speak.
Great. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Soy Carlos Leon. First and foremost, gracias a Dios for letting me expose alleged professional misconduct by Assistant City of Austin Attorney Victoria Haisling, for which your Chief Disciplinary Counsel is not holding her accountable. Documented with corroborating evidence exceeding the preponderance needed to prove allegations of professional misconduct. My grievance 2025-02149 against Haisling, distributed to you before this meeting and online at this meeting's public comments link, shows Victoria Haisling allegedly violated TDRPC Rule 8.04A123 by allegedly violating Rule 3.03A1 candor toward the tribunal, as well as allegedly committing perjury, aggravated perjury, and tampering with a governmental record to try and deny me requested public information rightly mine. Did Texas Tech Law School not teach Victoria Haisling ethics? Does the Texas Municipal League condone this crap? Does the Texas Attorney Oath not apply to Haisling? How many misleading false statements of material fact has she allegedly made to a tribunal while practicing law? How many governmental records has she allegedly tampered? ABA says her alleged misconduct violates the most fundamental obligation of truth a lawyer owes the legal system, tearing down your profession's foundation. Therefore, not only should Victoria Haisling be disbarred, but she belongs behind bars for the moral turpitude felony she allegedly committed. And your CDC is no better. Assistant Disciplinary Counsel Bianca Jessica Puente decided the conduct I described is not a violation of the disciplinary rules. Bullcrap. Though BOTA can reverse CDC's inquiry classification decision, it exemplifies persistent attorney discipline system problems of bias in attorneys' favor and lack of transparency of the confidential grievance process with respect to unknown decision-making criteria, unknown validity of and reliability across grievance decisions, and unknown reasons some grievances fail and others succeed, documented in Ombudsman Lowe's recent annual report to the Supreme Court of Texas, presented in your January 24, 2025 meeting. Sustain our objections with rectification actions to hold Haisling, Puente, and CDC accountable and fix your broken attorney discipline system now. Otherwise, State Bar of Texas cannot be allowed to oversee itself. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Thank you. Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Are there any other members in the Zoom waiting room? Okay, thank you. At this time, the voting for the members of the board will be to select a chair-elect for the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors. Just as a matter of personal privilege, it's hard to believe it's been almost a year since we've gone through this process, and actually over a year since we've gone through this process. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to serve you as your chair. The directors who have been nominated to be considered for chair-elect are Brittany Harrison, Chrissy Castle, Rudy Mateo, Rosalind Perez, Shannon Quadros, and Michael Wynn. They've all stepped up to serve or to be considered to serve as your next chair-elect. Before the voting process begins, let's all give them a round of applause for running and being willing to serve. Now, the policy manual provides that we could give the candidates an opportunity to leave the room during the vote, but since this is online voting, there's no need for them to leave unless you want to leave. So you can stick around or not. But at the January board meeting, we voted to conduct our 2025-2026 board chair elections electronically or online, which is why we asked you to bring your computer, your respective computers, and we'll be using the Board Effect platform called Poll, P-O-L-L. Therefore, voting directors, it's imperative that you log into Board Effect. Now would be good. The state bar rules require that directors be present to vote. Voting by proxy is not allowed. Only voting members of the board may vote in the board chair elections. The electronic votes are subject to both the Open Meetings Act and the Open Records Act. For that reason, we're having you log into your Board Effect portal and to your account as verification that you are who you are. As provided in the policy manual, the election will proceed in this way. You will vote for one of the 6 chair candidates. The candidate receiving a majority of the vote of the members present and voting, that candidate wins the election and will be chair-elect. If no one receives a majority of the vote, then the candidate receiving the fewest votes will be removed from the poll, and we will conduct a second poll with the remaining candidates. This process will continue until we have a candidate with the majority of the votes, who will then be named chair-elect of the board. So again, you'll need to be logged on to Board Effect, either on your computer, your tablet, or your smartphone. And once you're logged into Board Effect, you'll be on your home page. Scroll down to see My Polls. Click on the name of the poll, electronic ballot for chair of the board. Please make your selection and hit submit. Your vote will then be complete. If you're having any difficulty, please raise your hand and do not direct it towards me. I will raise my hand and direct it towards Jen or Tammy, who will raise their hand and then head over to you. You can please proceed to vote at this time. did. Did you go back to the homepage yourself, or did it take you? You went to the first. The initial round of voting is complete. 3 candidates received the same number of votes, and 3 candidates will be moving on to the next round, and they are candidates Director Harrison, Mateer, and Pettis. At this time, please go to Board Effect, scroll to My Polls, click on the electronic ballot for Chair of the Board, make your selections, and hit Submit, and your vote will then be complete. This is the second round. No candidate received a majority of votes the first round. All directors, please vote that are present. I'm saying that because of the one or more that haven't voted yet. No candidate received a majority of votes in round two. The candidates receiving the least number of vote will be dropped, and so the candidates going forward in round three are Director Harrison and Director Pettis. So, please go to Board Effect. Scroll down to see My Polls. Click on the name of the poll, electronic ballot for chair of the board. Please make your selection and hit submit. Your vote will then be complete. Please commence voting. Hey, the third round of voting is complete for the chair-elect of the Board of the State Bar of Texas. And after the vote totals have been tallied, the chair-elect for the Board of the State Bar of Texas is Director Brittany Harrison.
All right, I'll be brief. I'm super nervous, but thank you all for putting your trust in me, and I promise to make sure we have an efficient meeting, everyone's civil to everyone, and everyone gets a voice. So thank you.
Congratulations again to all of our candidates, and congratulations again to Director Harrison. We'll now hear from our Executive Director, Trey Apfel, to provide a general report. Trey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, directors. Congratulations, Director Harrison, Chair-elect. And congratulations to all of our Chair-elect candidates who stepped up to lead this organization. I want to now bring you up to date on some happenings at the State Bar, beginning first with a report on our 2025 annual meeting. Coming up, we continue to prepare for that meeting. It is scheduled June 19 and 20 at the JW Marriott Hill Country Resort in San Antonio. We've got a great lineup of speakers. First, former Texas Supreme Court Chief Justice Wallace Jefferson will speak at the Bar Leaders Recognition Luncheon commemorating the legal history of Juneteenth on Thursday, June 19th. On Friday morning, June 20, our current Chief Justice Jimmy Blacklock will speak at our bench bar breakfast. And then the general session luncheon on Friday will feature a moderated discussion with former Texas Supreme Court Chief Justice Nathan Hecht and former Chief of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals and current Judge Priscilla Richmond, as they will give their talk on a tale of two former chiefs. So we're looking forward to that. If you're interested in sponsorships, please let us know. We still have room available. Our 2025 Local Bar Leaders Conference, planning for that is currently underway. That will take place July 24 and 25 in Houston at the Westin Galleria. And as you know, because many of you have attended that conference, this brings together local bar and specialty bar leaders, young lawyer affiliate leaders, and access to justice delegates from across Texas to share information and ideas, helping us to better serve our respective constituents. The conference is just one way that the State Bar meets its statutory purpose of encouraging the activities of local bar associations. The 89th Texas legislative session began on January 14th, 2025. Bill filing concluded on March 14th, and our Governmental Relations Department, led by Kaylin Laney, has reviewed more than 10,000 bills for impact on the State Bar of Texas or the legal system. One of those bills, House Bill 5104, which among other things would make membership in the State Bar of Texas voluntary while leaving all regulatory functions with the bar. As you know, the mandatory bar structure is used by most states because it has proven to be the most effective and efficient form of regulation relative to the legal profession. As a mandatory bar, the State Bar of Texas is self-funded through attorney dues and fees, which relieves Texas taxpayers of the burden of funding attorney regulation. House Bill 5104 would retain the same regulatory system, but not have any way to pay for it. Just a little problem. So this bill has not advanced at this time. We will continue to monitor it, and we're working with our officers, and we will provide any necessary feedback if and when needed. Also, 4 bills were filed regarding the licensing of legal paraprofessionals. At this time, none of those bills has advanced, but again, we are continuing to monitor those as well. Now, on succession planning. In 2023, the State Bar launched a succession planning toolkit that helps members take steps to safeguard their practices in the event of an unexpected cessation of practice due to illness or emergency. The first step is designating a custodian attorney, which can be done in minutes by using the form on the State Bar website. Since the toolkit's launch, the Law Practice Management Committee and staff have been sending speakers across the state to local bar associations and other groups around the state, offering free CLE and ethics credit to those attending the presentations on succession planning. To date, there have been 9 presentations in cooperation with the Collin County Bar, the Houston Bar, the Texas Opportunity and Justice Incubator, or TOJI, the Women in the Law section, and the Texas Center for Legal Ethics. Members have responded to our efforts, and to date, the toolkit's web pages have been accessed more than 6,000 times. In recent months, the Law Practice Management team has been busy making the succession planning toolkit better than ever. In November, the team released a second edition of the toolkit. It features more robust content in all chapters, with the most significant changes being made to those on transition planning and sudden cessation. The online navigation also has been simplified to make access to the forms and resources for each chapter easier. More upgrades are being worked on as we speak. The team is planning to add practical tips and lessons learned that they have collected from attorneys who have served now as custodians after they've been designated to help those considering taking on that role. I encourage everyone to view the toolkit at texasbar.com/succession toolkit. On the MCLE department up front, our board of directors recently amended rules to allow attorneys to receive a maximum of 3 hours per MCLE compliance year of accredited CLE for coaching or judging mock trial, moot court, arbitration, alternative dispute resolution, mediation, transactional, client counseling, and negotiation competitions. Already, we have received 270 requests for accreditation to date. That's so kudos to our board for making that happen. The MCLE department also received the following email from a sponsor in California. Every now and then, staff will receive kudos, but this one stood out, and I wanted to share it with the board. Quoting, "I have been reporting MCLE attendance via your portal for over 2 years now, and your team is amazing. Your service, dedication, and quickness in evaluating and updating the portal is beyond expectations. I also report to California. Don't get me wrong, I'm a Californian, but the MCLE team could learn a thing or two from your standards. This is to say, thank you." So I want to commend our MCLE staff for their excellent customer service, and I'm glad to report that to you. I'm also proud to report that our own Sharon Sandel, the director of the State Bar's Law Practice Resources Division, is the recipient of the 2025 Pat Nestor Innovation in Professional Development Award. The State Bar CLE Committee established this award back in 2017, and it is to recognize an individual whose innovative contributions have substantially advanced continuing legal education in Texas. Under Sharon's direction, the Law Practices Resource Division comprises the Texas Bar Books Legal Publishing Program, the Law Practice Management Program, and our Texas Opportunity and Justice Incubator Program. Under her guidance, the division has shifted from traditional publishing to a digital-first approach, including the launch of TexasBarPractice.com, which is a hub for the Texas Bar Books Legal Publishing Program and practice management resources. Sharon has also been instrumental in the early development of our TOJI program and its transition to a virtual program with statewide reach. Sharon also serves as the executive director of the Texas Supreme Court Historical Society and on the executive committee of the Association for Continuing Legal Education, which is a national organization or called ACLEA. Congratulations to Sharon on this major achievement, and please join me in recognizing her achievement. Congratulations, Sharon. And now it's my pleasure to present our quarterly Staff Excellence Award. Sometimes with this award, we recognize an individual who has taken on a big project. Lindsay Jackson has taken on a big project for sure, but unlike other big projects, hers is an everyday project that never ends. Lindsay joined the Sections Department in October of 2017 and was promoted to director in August of 2023. She and her department are responsible for the support and administration of our 47 sections. Those of you who have been involved with a section and worked with her know the great work that Lindsay does. What you might not know is that she is doing that same work and level of service for each of the other 46 sections at the same time that she's doing the work for your section. Her job includes meeting planning, budgeting, statistics, forecasting, planning, and counselor at large. Whatever the section needs, Lindsay's there to make it happen. She truly embodies the spirit of teamwork and dedication. She's a joy to work with. We want to thank Lindsay for her tireless efforts, her can-do attitude, and the positivity she brings to her work every day. Please join me in recognizing Lindsay Jackson and thanking her for her service. And Mr. Chair, that completes my report.
Thank you, Executive Director Apfelt. Are there any questions for Executive Director Apfelt regarding his report? Director Mateer.
One of the things that you've done a good job is trying to navigate the steady waters of what we need to do regarding compliance with not only what. Okay. Trey, you've done an excellent job of being a steady hand at a time that we need for the State Bar. And I don't think, given the fact that everything that's happened in the last several weeks, and particularly what's happened in the last several days with several of my own constituents from Austin and across the state talking to me about the controversy regarding the annual meeting, that we can go without having some sort of discussion moving forward about what's the standard for what we're going to do regarding speakers and handling those issues on a regular basis. My suggestion would be that at a future meeting, to be able to have an agenda item, maybe possibly in June or so, where we actually have a conversation so the public can get some input on this as well, you know, some of the lawyers about this, and talk about what we are looking for and what do we see moving forward, how that looks for. We've heard several people ask the question, you know, from the standpoint as to what does it look like being in compliance with what we need to do as a state bar, same time making sure that we do have robust debates, diverse opinions, and making sure that the education, the uniqueness of this bar stands forward. So my suggestion would be either the June meeting or so, we have an item on the agenda so we can talk about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mateer. Any other comments regarding Trey Apfeld's Executive Director report? Director Nguyen.
Good morning, Director Nguyen here. I just want to let you know, Trey, I work with Lindsay Jackson, so I'm so happy and pleased to see her choice today. I took a photo of it and sent it to her and congratulate her. We worked with her a great deal, to the Corporate Council section, to the Asian Pacific section. You have an astounding staff. She's got a great support with Abigail Harrington as well. They've been amazing. I can't thank enough the support they give us every day. It's a challenging, and particularly ours, the Corporate Council section, is quite demanding. It's large size, and they respond marvelously. So really, congratulations to her, and good selection. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hearing no other comments or questions for Executive Director Apfeld, we now move to the President-elect's report with President-elect Santos Vargas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As part of my general report, I want to just kind of give everyone a little bit of a sneak peek or preview into what to expect during my bar year. And one of the things that I'm really, really excited about that I'm planning to do as one of my big initiatives during my bar year is raising funds for access to justice. And so, as many of you may know or may not know, there are far too many low-income Texans that lack access to even the most basic legal needs. And so one of the pledges that I've made to Justice Busbee and the court is to use my year, my bar year, and my platform to bring attention to this really, really important issue, and not just bring attention to it, but also to raise money. And so I believe that President Benish has had approximately 100 appearances so far, 100 bar events that he's been to, and I plan to do the same. I plan to follow in President Benish's footsteps, and not just to make those appearances, but I planned every speaking engagement that I have to use that speaking engagement as an opportunity to make an ask of lawyers across the state of Texas to donate and help do everything that we can to bridge the justice gap. And so I'm planning on keeping a running tally during my bar year of the amount of funds that I've been able to raise during my bar year, and my plan, my goal during my bar year, and I'm going to say it right now out loud to hold my own feet to the fire, is to raise at least $300,000 during my bar year for access to justice. So I hope that you all will join me. I hope that you all will join me in making that happen. So I put a number out there, and so we're going to see a year from now where I'm at, but I think that we can do it. I think as lawyers that we can donate a little bit of our time and some dollars to make sure that we make this happen for low-income Texans. And so I'm really, really excited about that. I'm going to be announcing some additional initiatives that I have at our June board meeting, but I also want to make sure that I raise attention to a couple of other very important issues. And one of the ones that I think is really important for all of our directors is attendance at committee meetings. And so as this year has played out, and as I've attended committee meetings throughout the bar year, I've seen far too many times when committee meetings are getting started that Jennifer Reams is reaching out to folks that have already RSVP'd to these committee meetings and trying to wrangle folks, right? Making sure that people that have RSVP'd are actually showing up to the meetings that they've RSVP'd to. And let me tell you something, Jennifer Reams is an absolute rock star. We're so incredibly lucky We're so incredibly lucky to have her. She makes all of our lives so much better and so much easier. And I don't want to, during my bar year, see Jennifer Reams, as committee meetings are getting started, having to text folks, having to call folks, having to delay meetings to wrangle folks to make sure that we have a quorum at these committee meetings. And so I'm asking all of you, please, as this bar year gets started, if you have RSVP'd, make sure that you're there. Make sure that you're there on time, because we're making this as easy as possible, folks. We make a lot of these committee meetings now available by Zoom, whereas in the past, they were in-person meetings. And so we could easily, if you're not going to show up by Zoom or you're not going to show up on time, we're happy to bring you all to the Texas Law Center in Austin, okay, for all of these committee meetings. We're happy to do that. We don't want to, but we want to make sure that we respect not just each other's time, but also Jennifer's time and Trey's time and our incredible staff's time, and make sure that we honor them for all of the incredible work that they do. And so please, be diligent, make sure that you're keeping track of your calendar, and make sure that we're all showing up to these committee meetings on time. One of the other things that I plan on just previewing for you all for my bar year is that in addition to showing up to committee meetings on time, one of the duties that we have is not just showing up to these quarterly board meetings, but it's getting out and talking to our local bars, right? We have a duty to go out and connect with our local bars, our local affiliates, and tell them about what's going on with the state bar. And luckily for all of us, we have great tools available to share, and great news available to share with our local bars. And so during my bar year, one of the things that I'm going to expect from every director in this room and every new director that we have starting in June is that during every bar year, during my bar year certainly, twice, at least 2 times during the bar year, I'm going to expect everyone in this room to go out and connect and give a presentation to their local bar. It can be either a state bar update, or it can be one of the CLEs that we have about benefits, right? 30 benefits in 30 minutes is one of the CLEs that we have available, packaged in a box, ready to go, that you can present to your local bars. And so what we're going to do, what I'm planning to do starting in June, is to have a wall of honor for all of our directors who have managed to do that. And so we're going to be putting people's folks on the big screen, splashing their name up on the big screen. Everybody that's actually gone out and made a presentation to their local bars, and I'm expecting at least 2 from every director in this room. We have to go out and connect, folks. That's part of our job, is to go out and be ambassadors for the State Bar of Texas, and I'm really looking forward to everyone in this room doing that. And so I'm putting the word out now, because the Wall of Honor goes up at my first bar meeting, or my board meeting, in June. That's when the Wall of Honor goes up, and we're going to be splashing people's name on the big screen. And I want to make sure that everybody in this room has an opportunity to have their name on the big screen on the Wall of Honor. It's important. It's important to do that work on behalf of the State Bar. What we do here in this room at our board meetings is important, but it's equally important to be an ambassador for the State Bar of Texas. So I'm really looking forward to that. Here's what we're going to do. I think that we have, Lowell, do we have an opportunity? Okay. So if you go to Board Effect, and what page is this on, Lowell? Board of Director Resources, and you go to Board Communications, there is a resource for you for all of your local bars and contact information for all of the local bars within your district. And so if you go on your Board Effect, these resources are here. You can go ahead and start making those contacts next week, okay? Let's go ahead and start getting some of those presentations set up. They'd love to hear from you. I remember when I was a brand new director, I went out and spoke to several bar organizations in my district and spoke about the 30 benefits in 30 minutes. And I will tell you, they were incredibly surprised at all of the good work and all of the great benefits that the State Bar was able to achieve. And so I'd ask you to use those resources. We're going to also mail them out after the board meeting, but go ahead and start making those contacts. Set up your speaking engagements. Let me know once you've set those up, and let's have you all on the Wall of Honor starting in June of this year. So please do that, and I'm looking forward to having you all do great work as ambassadors for the State Bar of Texas. So moving on to the substance of my report, I want to start off by talking about the Budget Committee. And I'd like to provide an update on the State Bar's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. The proposed budget hasn't changed since its presentation during the January board meeting, and your packet that you have in board effect includes a copy of the proposed budget as published in the March issue of the Texas Bar Journal. And additional details on the proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 can be found on the State Bar's Our Finances webpage under the section Proposed Combined Budget, and a 71-page report is available that provides a description and a breakdown of the revenues and expenditures by individual budget. The public hearing on the State Bar's fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget was held on March 25th at the Texas Law Center, and the presentation was live streamed on the State Bar of Texas's YouTube channel. No members of the public attended and no comments were offered. Today I'm seeking board approval to present the proposed budget to the Supreme Court of Texas, and pending board approval, a meeting with the court will be held next Wednesday on April 30th. And so I hereby move on behalf of the Budget Committee to approve the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget for presentation to the Supreme Court.
Coming from a committee, thank you, President-elect Santos Vargas. Coming from a committee, there's no second required. Is there any discussion? All directors in favor, please signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving on the discussion, I'd like to talk a little bit about the State Bar's financial trends. And so the Budget Committee reviewed the State Bar's projections at its December budget meeting. While the State Bar's revenues are still not keeping pace with expenditure growth due to inflation, the Budget Committee has proposed a budget that would set aside savings to offset that trend. The proposed budget would set aside $524,910, bringing the total amount of funds saved to $7,985,361 to assist future budget committees in balancing the State Bar's budget. Also, the State Bar's finances are strong overall. The financial results of the current fiscal year report operating results that exceeded budgeted expectations, as Director Huddleston will report in detail in his report. As a result, the State Bar estimates it will have sufficient reserves or savings to cover projected deficits caused by inflation until midway through fiscal year 29-30, or the next 3.5 years beyond this proposed budget year. The Budget Committee has determined that a dues referendum will not be necessary at this time upon successfully passing the proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. And that concludes the end of the Budget Committee report, and I'd also like to take a few minutes to talk about the great work that the Committee Review Task Force has done over the last several months. The Committee Review Task Force has completed its review of the Bar Standing Committees, and we have some proposed changes that we'd like to present to you all today. As you recall, the State Bar Act requires the State Bar to conduct a comprehensive review of the standing committees biannually to determine two things. A, whether there is a continued need for each committee, and B, whether there is an unnecessary overlap of committee activities. The Committee Review Task Force was appointed to complete that task, and the task force met with committee chairs and the state staff liaisons to review the activities of each committee and deliberations. The Committee Review Task Force recommends that the majority of committees should continue in their current format with no significant changes, with the exception of 4 committees. In addition, the task force recommends amending the purpose clause of one committee and recommends the creation of a new committee on emerging technology, formerly known as the AI Task Force. A copy of our report included in the board meeting packet, and a copy of the report is included in the board meeting packet, and it details the recommendations that we've made, which I will summarize now. The task force recommends merging the Diversity and the Profession Committee and the Outreach and Engagement Committee due to overlap. The recommendation is to keep the name and purpose clause of the Outreach and Engagement Committee for the newly merged committee and remove the committee composition language for the Outreach and Engagement Committee found in section 4.01.06 of the board policy manual. Due to merging of the two committees and for the sake of continuity of projects, I'm going to recommend that the number of members on the combined committee go beyond the maximum of 27 members listed in section 4.04.01 of the board policy manual for 2 years, starting in June 25. The combined committee will consist of approximately 32 members, and this total accommodates members of both committees whose terms are not expiring while ensuring future appointments continuing the 3-year rotation going forward. Next, the task force recommends an amendment to the purpose clause of the laws relating to Immigration and Nationality Committee to better clarify what they do. The task force recommends eliminating the Jury Service Committee and the Public Affairs Committee, and more information on this and all the recommendations can also be found in your materials. And the final recommendation is the creation of a new committee on emerging technology. And as you recall, in 2023, the Task Force for Responsible AI and the Law, otherwise known as TRAIL, was formed to address the growing impact of artificial intelligence in the legal profession, and the task force worked to identify ways that the emergence of new AI technology might affect the practice of law and how lawyers, judges, and the state bar should respond. To further study these issues, the Committee Review Task Force recommends the creation of a new standing committee on emerging technology. And that concludes our report. We recommend that if the proposals are approved, they become effective June 1st in conjunction with the bar's fiscal year. And on behalf of the Committee Review Task Force, I move that the board approve the recommendations of the Committee Review Task Force as noted in the report. And yeah.
There's a recommendation and a motion for approval of the committee task force from President-elect Vargas. Coming from a committee, it doesn't require a second. Is there any discussion? Director Mateer.
I had several people reach out to me regarding the new name of the committees that are being put together, the Outreach and Diversity in the Profession. Obviously, to a lot of our membership, part of our creed, part of what we do as lawyers, we want to make sure the profession reflects the state that we serve and have the diversity that goes from that. I personally have some apprehension of concern with getting rid of that specific name for that committee, given the fact of what it's done and honestly, people like myself, the ability to go ahead and articulate and have the support that we need through the years through that committee. So I understand the purpose and idea about that, but again, serious concerns about that ability to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mateer.
Director Kegg, member of the task force.
Yes, Director Kegg.
I wanted to pass along a concern from Elizabeth Rogers, who's a member of the technology section. I believe she was also on the AI committee as well. And she expressed concern to me that we were creating a new committee that would overlap with the technology section.
Thank you, Director Kegg.
Any other comments, discussion? If not, all in favor of approving the task force recommendation signify by aye. All opposed? Verbal? Okay, nay from Director Mateer. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a second motion. I move that the 27-member cap be suspended for the newly constituted Outreach and Engagement Committee for the 25-26 and 26-27 bar years.
Coming from a committee requires no second. Is there any discussion regarding the motion? All in favor signify by aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, President-elect Vargas. We'll now hear from immediate past President Cindy Tisdale. I didn't say it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be short and sweet today. I had the honor and privilege on March 14th to present on a panel with our Executive Director, Trey Apfel, at the Bar Leadership Institute, and the topic was value and engagement in mandatory bars. The panel also included the Executive Director and a past president of the Missouri Bar. The discussion provided mandatory bar leaders with tangible advice on how to position their bar organizations as places that build community and provide valuable member services. And it was my honor and privilege to present with Trey at that seminar. Next, I want to talk a little bit about our partnership with BetterHelp.com. The State Bar continues to offer access to mental health therapy through BetterHelp.com to help our members maintain their fitness to practice law. The benefit includes 1 free month of therapy and then 15% off services thereafter. Let me say that again. 1 month free therapy and then 15% off thereafter. Our latest statistics show 453 members have used this program. Nearly 2,000 live therapy sessions have occurred for our members, and members rate their overall satisfaction rate at 92%. I want a 92% overall satisfaction rate. But when we discuss this data, it's really important to remind everyone that the State Bar only receives these numbers and this information about how many are using this service and how many sessions have been provided. We do not get personal information about who is using the services, and no personal data is given to the State Bar. Members can find the code and sign up for therapy by visiting texasbar.com/BetterHelp. And Mr. Chair, that is my report.
Thank you, immediate past President, the beloved. The beloved Cindy Tisdale. I think we have another person in our waiting room, in our Zoom waiting room. And I only have the last name, Ms. Ruiz. And so, Ms. Ruiz, if you are present, we are going to admit you, and you will be given 3 minutes to address the body. And you are on mute. If you would unmute, please.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Could you
Good
please?
morning. Thank you so much, everyone, to the Board of Directors. Thank you for your service. I am here to share information in regards to, basically, I'm seeking your help. I've had some issues where I have unfortunately been in probate court for a while, and lawyers that are not being truthful. And under your Rule 303, candor to the tribunal, lawyers are supposed to be truthful. I have some handouts that I have asked to be shared. If you can, please look for one that looks like this. It's labeled P1. Basically, it is a document certified from the county that shows the partners in the business, which my husband started up and myself with another person. It shows the partners on here. And after my husband unfortunately passed in 2013, the partner went and filed another document not knowing to me, which is labeled P2, and he put the business fraudulently into his name as a sole proprietor. I was never bought out, and I was never, ever offered any buyout. My point that I'm making is that there is fraud within this this case. It is a case that is in Bexar County, and there's fraud in the case, and the lawyers are not being truthful. And that's where we're running into the problems, because I have numerous documents like this as well as witnesses' statements. So what can we do as a committee, guys, to please help people like me? I'm a widow. I've been a widow since 2013. My husband and I were married. We have this business. The truth is the truth. But when we see things like when lawyers lie and basically misrepresent themselves, it causes a lot of stress. It causes a lot of expenses on our parts. And I want to know, what can this board do to make sure that lawyers are following the decree that they take and following the law and being truthful when they go out and do these trials. I do have one last document here that also shows that with the Secretary of State, that this person also filed this business as a sole proprietor. And this is not the way we're supposed to do misrepresenting in the court, in the tribunal. So if you could please, I'll just share this last comment with you, which is Bible verse 2 Chronicles 7:14. It says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and seek my face, that God will heal our land. We need healing in our land. We need people to trust in
Thank
this
you for your
system of
time,
justice.
Mr. Ruiz. We appreciate you addressing the body, but your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. God bless you.
Thank you. Okay. And now we'll hear from immediate past chair Kenan Lilly Wooten. She's up to talk about the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee report. Immediate past chair.
Thank you very much. So State Bar elections for president-elect and directors began on April 1. We know the two candidates for State Bar President-elect, Deborah Cordova of Edinburgh and G. David Smith of Rockwall, and they have been campaigning all over the state and doing a great job. There are no petition candidates this year, so it's just the two of them. We know them well, but people still need to get to know them, and part of our job is to help people get to know them. So if you haven't done so already, please get the word out about these candidates and the vote. Now, in order to help them get their messages out to the State Bar, the candidates have created 2 videos and 2 written messages that have gone out to the membership. These materials are on social media websites as well as the State Bar's website. So you can just simply go find content and share it. You don't have to generate your own content. This can be easy for all of us. State Bar conducted a candidate forum with the president-elect candidates on March 25th. That was hosted by immediate past president Cindy Tisdale and myself. That presentation is available on YouTube if you want to watch any part of it, or again, just share it with others on your social media platforms. Featured information on the candidates in the April issue of the Texas Bar Journal. Also have sent emails to membership and put out social media posts to help educate lawyers about these candidates. Again, it's so important for us to spread the word, and one of the reasons it's important for us to spread the word is the turnout is very low so far. As of yesterday, we had 14,209 attorneys who had voted in the election. That's out of 116,336 ballots that were sent. If you do the math, that's approximately 12.21%. We can do better, and we can help people do better. If you haven't voted yet, please do so. You can even multitask and vote while I'm talking. All right, so there are 9 district director positions for election this year. The chart of the certified district candidates is included in your meeting materials. District 2 is the only contested district this year. As a reminder, this year the election is electronic only. This is the first time that's happened. That might be part of the reason we're seeing a lower turnout. But it's easy to vote online. If you've done it already, you know it's quick and easy. So that's part of the thing we need to tell people when we spread the word. State Bar is sending emails and mailed a postcard to all members that included a reminder about voting. The emails and postcard include a link to the elections page with information about the State Bar and TYLA president-elect and director candidates. Contact the State Bar Executive Office with any questions you have about the voting process to ensure that when you share information about it, you know what to say. Election ends at 5 p.m. Central on April 30th. The results will be released that evening. So please spread the word to vote. Vote if you haven't already, and rock the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Immediate Past Chair Wooten. Are any questions or comments? Thank you. We now call upon Director Forrest Huddleston, who will provide a report as Chair of the Audit and Finance Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so before I jump in, I want to just take a second to thank the committee, and I'm going to be asking the committee to stand up just to recognize you guys. Something that's really important to me is just understanding, hey, there's a lot of work that happens outside of this room with all the committees, and so just taking a moment to recognize the work that's been put in and the participation that everybody on the Audit and Finance Committee has provided over the last year is just something that I want to be sure to recognize. So when I call your name, if you don't mind, please standing up so that I can give you guys just a quick round of applause for your participation. Directors Steve Benish, August Harris, Chrissy Castle, Lowell Kegg, Karen Locke, Rosalind Perez, Chris Popov, Shannon Quadros, John Sloan, Paul Stafford, Cindy Tisdale, Aaron Tobin, Santos Vargas, and Kenan Wooten. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. Okay, so what I always like to do is reground this group real quickly on the time frame that we're looking at here. So what we have on the screen, we're going to go through a couple of financial trends. Just as a reminder, our fiscal year end is May 31st every year, and so the timeline that we're looking at here is through February, so it's through the first 3 quarters of the year. So when you look at income statement activity, obviously you look at it every year separately, and so what we're talking about is trends through the 3rd quarter of the year. Let's start by comparing the first 3 quarters. The chart shows that the bar has experienced positive financial results over the last 3 years. 9 months into those years, revenues represented by the blue bars exceed total expenditures, which are represented by the orange bars. Now, something that we've talked about at pretty much every meeting that we've had is that the trends indicate that expenses are increasing at a higher rate than the revenues are, and the Budget Committee and the Audit and Finance Committees are talking almost weekly about this and how to allow our revenues to grow at a faster rate than our expenses, or even just how to manage our expenses downward. There's a lot of conversation from the executive team to try to manage those expenses. A lot of work goes into that. So hear me say that there is a lot of consideration on how do we manage these expenses to keep them as low as we can and encourage revenues to continue to go up. This chart also demonstrates, like I said, that expenditures have been rising faster than revenues. Looking forward, as we all know, we will see revenues rise again as we collect on the 10% dues increase in the coming year. Something else that we wanted to start giving you guys insight into is how we're comparing in the first 9 months of this year compared to the first 9 months of last year. Typically what we've done is say, hey, these are actuals compared to what we budgeted. It's important to also look at how we've compared in the past couple of years, because oftentimes the budget is built and we manage against that budget, but then how do we actually look at how we're performing compared to prior years? So what you see on here is we did have a slight decrease in revenues compared to last year. That's okay. We're addressing that. We have very strong financial performance, and we're still coming out with net revenues over expenditures, which means that we're profitable. So that 2.4 million right there is representing net revenues over expenditures, which is a slight decrease compared to last year. The good news here is that expenditure growth rate is 4.2% this year compared to 6% in the previous year. So the management of those expenses is occurring, which is a good thing. Okay, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this one, but it is important to note that forward one. Actual revenues of 3.5 are higher than the revenues that we budgeted here. So you see that 1.7 million variance. That means that we had revenues higher than what we were expecting for this year so far, which is a good thing. Expenditures are actually $1.3 million lower than we were expecting. And so net, you come out with about a $3 million net revenue over expenditures greater than what we were actually expecting. So again, a good guy for the bar. Okay, now I do have a couple of action items here. One of them is related to the quarterly investment report that I'm just going to really quickly go over here. Nelson Bush, who is the director for PFM Asset Management, presented the investment report to the Audit and Finance Committee on April 7th. Just as a quick reminder, the State Bar's general fund portfolio is fully invested in U.S. Treasuries, federal agency securities, and AAA-rated money market mutual funds, all in line with our investment policy. I am going to go over just a really few quick high points here from their presentation, just for this group's insight. So the portfolios are, like I said, fully invested in high-quality funds, and we maintain the necessary level of liquidity that is recommended by the advisors. The bar portfolio complies with Texas statutes and the state bar's investment policy, and then the general fund portfolio generated a quarterly total return of 1.3%, technically underperforming, but this is kind of more normalized levels and getting us back to a little bit what we expected or what we experienced prior to the high interest rates over the last several years that we've been experiencing high returns on. So overall, we're okay with that. There are a couple of just economic trends. The U.S. economy's soft landing remains on track. The Fed's easing cycle moves forward as expected, but looks to slow in 2025. And then Treasury yields responded to expected monetary and fiscal policy as well. So a couple of quick high points there. I'm not going to go into it too much because these reports are pretty similar to what you've seen in the past, and we are performing strongly still. So with that said, I am going to make a quick motion here. On behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I'd like to make a motion to approve the quarterly investment report for the quarter ending February 28th, 2025, and I'm happy to entertain any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Director Huddleston. And coming from a committee, this does not require a second. Are there any questions or any comments and discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by the sign of aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you. So on a related note, we have let me remind myself. Okay, so every 5 years, we are required to put out an RFP for the services for our investment advisor. And one of the big topics of conversation that we had during our most recent Audit and Finance Committee meeting was discussing all of the responses that we got from those RFPs and determining who we want to maintain or who we want to have as our investment advisor going forward. I do want to go over a couple of those high points that we talked about just for this group's knowledge. We contacted 6 companies to submit a proposal to us for these services. We received 3 responses, those responses coming from our current investment advisor, which is PFM Asset Management, another one, Valley View Consulting, and then another one, Plains Capital Bank Wealth Management. Overall, the committee landed on maintaining PFM Asset Management as our investment advisor for the following reasons. Primarily, their focus is on the public and nonprofit entities. They have a large number of assets under management, so $184 billion in fixed income assets, including $151 billion in discretionary assets under management. The fees came out kind of right in the middle out of those 3, so we believe that the fees are fair with what they're giving us compared to the quality of one of the other responses that we received. We just think that with the continued relationship that we have with them and with the high quality that they have provided us with and with the high returns that they've given us in the past several years, that we stick with them compared to the lower fees of Valley View Consulting of $27,000. We've had 19 years working with PFM Asset Management at the State Bar, so at the end of the day, we believe that this is the best choice for the State Bar to stay with PFM Asset Management. A couple of things that we consider for the other ones, Plains Capital Bank is actually our primary depository institution. They've been around for longer. They've been around since 1955, so they're a well-established company. And then they're a wholly owned subsidiary of Hilltop Holdings, if you guys are familiar with them. So a couple of things that do make them appealing, but their price was about $7,000 higher per year. And so ultimately, we decided we're happy with PFM Asset Management, and that is the committee's recommendation. So on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I would like to make a motion to approve PFM Asset Management as the State Bar's investment advisor for the next 2 years.
Thank you, Director Huddleston. Coming from a committee requires no second. Is there any discussion, comments, questions? Hearing none. All in favor signify by the sign of aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so busy couple of months for Audit and Finance Committee because we have a similar conversation that occurred with our external audit firm. So you guys may be familiar with Weaver as our external audit firm. And just as a reminder for everybody there, we have a company come in and look at the numbers that we are reporting on our financial statements. And the external auditor is the one that comes in, performs procedures, and makes sure that the numbers that we're reporting are reasonably accurate. And when I say reasonably accurate, the scope of an audit does not guarantee 100% accuracy. But if an investor were to look at our financial statements, the concept of materiality is, hey, would it matter if we were off by a certain threshold? Would it change the user of the financial statements decision? And so that's what that means, is they don't give 100% certainty, but it is a very, very high level of certainty that our numbers reported are correct. So I'll try to keep this one short. Very similarly, we sent to 15 different companies. We received responses from 3 different companies. Those 3 companies being Weaver, who is the incumbent, Whitley Penn, and then Garza Gonzalez and Associates. We again decided that Weaver is the best choice for us to stay with for the following reasons. In the Southwest region, they are ranked the first by Accounting Today. Nationally, they're 32nd, so very reputable firm. There are 5 individuals that are assigned to the audit, and there are 5 individuals with Whitley Penn as well. But something that stuck out to us and stuck out to me is the use of data analytics by Weaver and Tidwell. So they take our data and do an analysis of it to assess 100% of our data instead of just a selection that could be random or specifically picked. And so I like the idea of having data analytics because it provides more value to us as a company. The expertise in governmental auditing, there are over 300 government clients, 200 professionals specializing in the public sector. Now, for Whitley Penn, which was the second choice for us, technically they had a lower rate per hour, but they had a higher number of hours that would have been required. And so from our perspective, we've only had Weaver for 5 years. In the profession, it's very normal to have an external auditor that sticks around for longer than that period of time, because the more they get to know us, the more value they can provide to us as a company. And so we believe that keeping a lower number of hours at 360, even though the rate is a little bit higher, the costs come out to approximately the same between those two. And we think that Weaver will continue to provide us more value as a company. So with that said, on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I'd like to make a motion to approve Weaver as the State Bar's external auditor for up to the next 5 years.
Thank you, Director Huddleston. Coming from a committee requires no second. Is there any discussion, comment, or are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay, thank you guys for bearing with me. I know this is a long report. I am about to hand over the mic to Liz Myers, who is our director that oversees the internal audits that we've been having over the last several months. She's with McConnell Jones being our internal auditor. Liz, the floor is yours whenever you are ready. She's going to go over a couple of internal audit reports that they are opining on, that they have been working on for the last 4 or so months, I believe.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm here to give you my very exciting internal audit report. So, let's get started. Let's see, is that the way to go? Sure. So, the 3 audits that we conducted this year was the Public Fund Investment Act, or the PFIA. We also did the HR advisory and the information technology audit. So I want to give you a little clarity and definition of the words that you're going to see in this report. First and foremost is a finding versus an improvement opportunity. So when there's a finding, that means actually that there is a risk or a control weakness or noncompliance with a policy, law, or regulation. Okay. The other side to that is what we call an improvement opportunity. In that scenario, the controls as they are working are effective. These are just opportunities to be more efficient, maybe more cost savings. It's just a suggestion, a recommendation. They don't have to do it. It's just another way to get to best practices. Now, the other side is what we call our inherent risk and our residual risk. So an inherent risk is just by virtue of whatever we're looking at, what risk is out there before we look at any controls. And then the residual risk is after we look at it and look at the controls in place, where do we stand? So every process, area of the business has a risk associated with it. And because of the limited resources for any organization, you want to know what your high risks are, your medium risks are, so that you can then put your very limited resources where they have the greatest impact for the organization. So that's the process we follow when we assign these risks. Okay, so let's start with PFIA. So with the PFIA audit, on this one, we were looking at compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act. And when we do this, what we looked at was basically the investment transactions, the reconciliations, the investment reporting, investment officer training, and compliance with the investment policy for the organization and the PFIA requirements. So in this one, the inherent risk is high, by virtue of the funds and the dollar amount of them, but also with regards to the compliance with state regulation. So here, the inherent risk is high, the residual risk was low. So after we looked at the controls, everything looked good. So in this one, we rated this actually as the internal controls as effective and noted best practice processes. So they're doing a great job here. And we had one opportunity for improvement regarding providing clarity on an internal control or process, which the organization agreed with and has implemented. The next one is the human resources engagement. So for this one, it was actually an advisory. And an advisory is different than an audit because in that scenario, what we're looking at is the processes to see if there's any open gaps of missing controls, et cetera, and looking at it and how they can improve it. We're looking at the design of controls. Versus in an audit, we're looking at the effectiveness of the controls. Okay? So in this, what we were looking at was the compensation strategy, the recruiting strategy, the employee handbook, hiring, onboarding, and separation, and then the development of staff for future key positions. So in this scenario, the inherent risk is high, residual risk was also considered low. We rated this area as generally effective. We did not identify any control gaps, and we did identify 4 opportunities for improvement with regards to updating some documents to improve additional details and utilizing a mentoring program designed to build employee knowledge and skills for future opportunities within the organization. Our third and last engagement was with regards to information technology and cybersecurity. So in this one engagement, we were looking at, our objective was to make sure that there were controls in place to ensure the confidentiality, the integrity and availability of information. Now, when we were looking at this, our focus areas were the security policy administration, the security plan, data protection, incident response plans, change management, and monitoring and management of the software vendor service service organization controls, or what's also known as SOC controls. And here, just by virtue of being IT, that inherent risk is high, and then after our review, we felt the residual risk is medium. So in this engagement, we reviewed the maturity level of the organization's internal controls and policies based on the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, and their cybersecurity maturity model. We noted a few areas for improvement in order to achieve the organization's preferred level of maturity. Now, due to the nature of this audit and the information contained in it, I'm unable to provide any additional information that is deemed to present potential risks to the IT security for the organization. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Liz? Comments, discussion?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Director Huddleston?
Okay, so last action item here. On behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I would like to make a motion to approve the internal audit reports as presented by McConnell Jones, unless there are any questions or concerns that I can address.
Thank you, Director Huddleston. Coming from a committee that doesn't require a second, are there any discussions, comments, anything about this? Otherwise, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor signify by aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you so much, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. At this point, we will take a 10-minute comfort break. It is 9:59, and we will break for 10 minutes or so. Thank you.
If we were comfortable, we wouldn't break.
Now we're back in session, and we will have a report from Lawrence Morales on Discipline and Client Attorney Assistance Committee and the Client Security Fund Subcommittee. Director Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Client Security Fund Committee met on April 14th via Zoom. The subcommittee reviewed 49 cases, approved 28, and dispersed $207,383.73. For the current bar year, the subcommittee has reviewed 185 cases, approved 102, for a total of $649,851.01. In addition, the staff met with Casey Burns, outside counsel for the subcommittee, on the Christopher Pettit matters via teleconference. The subcommittee will be assessing staff's notes from the teleconference and will be reviewing the Christopher Pettit matters prior to our June Board of Directors meeting. Mr. Chair, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Morales. And now we would ask for Director Cantu to come forward for a report of the Administration Committee.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay, so the Administration Committee recently received proposed rule changes from the Court Rules Committee regarding Texas Rules of Civil Procedure 306A and a second set of 7 very similar changes to Rules 224, 225, 229, 231, 232, 233, and 234. The Administration Committee also reconsidered Rule 500.2AC, which you may recall was withdrawn after discussion by the Administration Committee during January's board meeting. The committee met on April 1st to consider whether to recommend approval of the proposed changes. The committee unanimously voted to recommend these 9 proposed changes be approved by the board for referral. If the board approves these referrals, it is important to note that there would still be an opportunity for review by the Supreme Court and its Supreme Court Advisory Committee before any change would potentially take place. It would ultimately be up to the Supreme Court whether to adopt a change, and if the court was considering a change, there would generally be an opportunity for public comments. I will overview each proposal very briefly and make 3 motions for board approval. Number 1, for Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 306A, the proposal amends the rule to state that the clerk of the court shall notify the judge when a motion is filed to determine the date a party or their attorney received notice of a judgment or acquired actual knowledge of the signing of that judgment pursuant to 306A5. Rule 306A4 provides in relevant part that if a party or their attorney does not learn of an order within 20 days of it being signed, the time periods in paragraph 1 shall begin on the date such party or their attorney received such notice or acquired actual knowledge of the signing, whichever occurred first. And you can also see Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 4.2. Paragraph 5 provides that the party may file a sworn motion with the court to determine the date on which the party or their attorney learned of the signed order or acquired actual knowledge of the signing. The sworn motion establishes a prima facie case that the party lacked timely notice and invokes a trial court's otherwise expired jurisdiction for the limited purpose of holding an evidentiary hearing to determine the date on which the party or its counsel first received notice or acquired actual knowledge of the judgment. Some rules contain language that the clerk of the court must immediately notify the trial judge when certain motions or other papers are filed. For example, Rules 165A3, 296, and 297 all state that the clerk shall notify the trial judge if the motion to reinstate, a request for findings of fact and conclusions of law, or a notice of late findings of fact and conclusions of law are filed, respectively. Rule 306A5 does not contain similar language, but this proposal would add that language, which would hopefully ensure that trial courts are aware of such motions and rule on them. This proposal's added language to Rule 306A5 is virtually identical to the language included in Rule 165A3 regarding motions for reinstatement. A key reason for the proposal is that if a trial court does not quickly rule on a Rule 306A5 motion, a party may have to file an untimely notice of appeal, leading to a jurisdictional battle that could quickly be resolved if the trial court ruled. For example, if a trial court signs an order from which the losing party could take an interlocutory appeal, but the party or their counsel does not learn of the order until more than 20 days after the signing, the party could file a motion pursuant to Rule 306A5 to determine when they actually learned of the signing. But if the trial court does not hold an evidentiary hearing, but if the court does not hold a hearing and grant the motion within 20 days of the party or their counsel learning of the signing, the party would have to file an untimely notice of interlocutory appeal. The appellate court would then be without jurisdiction to hear the appeal unless and until the trial court signs an order determining the losing party or their counsel learned of the order when they did. So the rule change in one sentence would simply read that the clerk of the court shall deliver a copy of the motion to the judge, who shall set a hearing on the motion as soon as practicable. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the referral of the Court Rule Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 306A to the Texas Supreme Court for consideration.
Thank you, Director Cantu. Coming from a committee requires no second. Liz has made the motion to approve the Administration Committee's recommendation regarding Court Rules Committee proposed change to Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 306A to clarify the procedure to notifying a judge that a motion was filed. Is there any discussion? Are there any comments? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay, so number two, Rules 224, 225, 229, 231, 232, 233, and 234 are proposed to all be amended in a similar fashion to address a law change to Section 25.0007C of the Government Code, which was a change effective in September of 2020, which now provides for a 12-person jury instead of a 6-person jury in statutory county court trials if the amount in controversy is over $250,000, unless the parties agree otherwise. Each of the rules listed would be amended to reflect that clarification, such as the following for Rule 224 regarding jury selection. It would read, the clerk shall draw from the box in the presence of the court the names of 24 jurors. It would add in a case in which a jury of 12 will be seated. It would remove reference to the district court and would go on to say, or so many as there may be, if there be less number in the box. And the names of 12 jurors in a case in which a jury of 6 will be seated. So it removes reference to the district court and it adds reference to a jury of 12, or in the case that you have a jury of 6 that will be seated. And then the rule would go on to say, and it would write the names as drawn upon 2 slips of paper and deliver 1 slip to each party to the suit or his attorney. So that would be the proposed addition to Rule 224. Similarly, for Rule 225 regarding completing a panel, the rule would now read, when there are not as many as 24 names drawn from the box in a case in which a jury of 12 will be seated, or as many as 12 in a case in which a jury of 6 will be seated, the court shall direct the sheriff or clerk to summon such number of qualified persons as the court deems necessary to complete the panel. So again, in this particular rule, it would add the phrase, in a case in which a jury of 12 would be seated, it would delete reference to the district court and would add again, or in a case in which a jury of 6 will be seated. So as in 224, the proposed change to 225 is identical. It mirrors the addition of those 2 phrases. Likewise, Rule 229 on challenges for cause would read as follows: when 24 or more jurors in a case in which a jury of 12 will be seated, or 12 or more jurors in a case in which a jury of 6 will be seated, when those are drawn and the lists of their names delivered to the parties, if either party desires to challenge any juror for cause, the challenge shall then be made. So again, following from the prior rules, you're going to see the proposed addition of the phrase, in a case in which a jury of 12 will be seated, or in a case in which a jury of 6 will be seated. Moving on to Rule 231, regarding the number reduced by challenges, the phrasing that is being proposed is identical. So the new rule would say, if the challenges reduce the number of jurors to less than 24 in a case in which a jury of 12 will be seated, to less than 12 in a case in which a jury of 6 will be seated. The court shall order other jurors to be drawn from the wheel or from the central jury panel or summoned, as the practice may be in the particular county, and their names written upon the list instead of those set aside for cause. The same applies to Rules 232 and 233 regarding peremptory challenges. That rule would read, if there remain on such lists not subject to challenge for cause 24 names in a case in which a jury of 12 will be seated, or 12 names in a case in which a jury of 6 will be seated, the parties shall proceed to make their peremptory challenges. Rule 233 would read, except as provided below, each party to a civil action is entitled to 6 peremptory challenges in a case in which a jury of 12 will be seated, and to 3 in a case in which a jury of 6 will be seated. Finally, Rule 234 adjusts the language similarly regarding lists of jurors delivered to the clerk, and it would read, when the parties have made or declined to make their peremptory challenges, they shall deliver their list to the clerk. The clerk, in a case in which a jury of 12 will be seated, call off the first 12 names on the list that have not been erased, and in a case in which a jury of 6 will be seated, call off the first 6 names on the list that have not been erased. Those whose names are called shall be the jury. These 7 rule changes, all of which related to the change in law regarding 12-person juries in statutory county court trials, if the amount in controversy is over $250,000, may be approved in a single motion. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, Rules 224, 225, 229, 231, 232, 233, and 234 to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration.
Coming from a committee requires no second. Is there any discussion? Are there any questions? Any comments? Hearing none. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you. Okay, so number 3, as you may recall from our last board meeting in January, Rule 500.2 AC is a new proposed rule. And remember that the AC is correct as the rules include A through Z and then begin again AA, AB, AC. This proposed new rule addresses the issue of orders or judgments that sanction a party. The rule clarifies dismissals with or without prejudice on discovery sanction orders. A counterclaim is not compulsory in justice court. There is a need to establish a rule that prohibits a sanctioned party from filing the same cause of action in a higher court when a counterclaim remains pending in the justice court. Currently, the sanctioned party might file in the higher court, thus splitting the case between 2 jurisdictions. In such instance, the counterclaim is limited to justice court's $20,000 subject matter jurisdiction, while the sanctioned party has invoked an unlimited subject matter jurisdiction. While discovery in the justice court is limited by the court, discovery in a higher court is broad with the likelihood of substantial costs to the parties. The 2 cases will be processed on separate tracks and managed by different offices, staff, and judges. It would not be judicially economical and would burden the courts and administrative systems. Moreover, judgments issued by the 2 courts are unlikely to reach the same result. By requiring the parties to remain in justice court until all parties' claims are finally adjudicated, the proposed rule maintains the parties on the established track that permits appellate review after adjudication. This prevents splitting the cases between 2 trial courts. This proposed rule is in sync with the proposed amendment to the Rule 500.2P just above. During the prior board meeting in January, after discussion requesting clarification of the rule, the administrative committee's motion was withdrawn in order to continue those discussions offline. Since that meeting, the admin committee has had the opportunity to connect with Director and Judge Jason Charbonnet and visit with the Court Rules Committee to sufficiently address possible confusion with the rule's effect on deadline by adding an additional clarifying comment to the rule. The clarifying comment states, when a court sanctions a party and dismisses that party's cause of action or claim, but claims are still pending against the sanctioned party, the case remains under the jurisdiction of the Justice Court until a final judgment is issued by the Justice Court. The proposed rule itself is the same as proposed during the last board meeting. As noted earlier, the admin committee unanimously voted to recommend approval of this change, and the admin committee now moves that it be approved for referral. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the referral of the Court Rules Committee's proposed amendments to Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 500.2 AC to the Supreme Court of Texas for consideration.
Coming from a committee requires no second. Is there any discussion? Are there any comments? Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Cantu. And now we'll hear from the Chair of the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee, Director Alex Stelly.
Good morning. The subcommittee has been meeting since about April of 2024 to review the bar's strategic plan and performance measures for updates as required by the statute every 2 years. In our January 25 meeting, the board approved the State Bar's updated strategic plan, where we went from 6 items or 6 goals down to 3. We combined them all: service to the public, service to the members, and service to our mission. We've now turned our attention to updating the corresponding performance measures. We met on April 17th to start that work and had some initial discussions about updating those measures to make sure that the measures met what we needed the goals to do, and to make sure that we weren't just having things done by the staff just because. So we're trying to narrow down those measures just as we did our board goals to make sure that they correspond. We anticipate having additional meetings in May and June, and then we'll have this work finalized for the June 18th, 2025 meeting, and we'll bring those updated measures to you for discussions. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Stelly. Any questions, comments for Director Stelly? Okay. Now we'll hear from Director Brandy Wingate Voss on behalf of the Affordable Legal Services Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Affordable Legal Services Subcommittee met on April 15th, 2025 to consider a proposal from the Legal Services to the Poor Criminal Standing Committee to establish an award in honor of the late Jeff Blackburn. Jeff Blackburn passed away on February 7th, 2023. He was an attorney who exemplified legal service to indigent criminal defendants. In 1985, he briefed and argued the case of Texas versus McCullough regarding a criminal sentence before the United States Supreme Court. In 2001, he represented dozens of African Americans arrested on drug charges in Tulia, Texas, and after years of difficult pro bono legal work, during which he formed and led a national coalition of lawyers, his clients were exonerated in what remains as the largest mass pardon in the United States history. This event led to the passage of significant criminal justice reform legislation, including defunding drug task forces, much of which Jeff conceived and co-authored. He later founded the Innocence Project of Texas in 2006 and served as its chief counsel until 2015. The proposed award will be given to a Texas-based organization of any size, nonprofit or otherwise, which is innovative in the field of indigent criminal defense. The Affordable Legal Services Subcommittee considered this award at its April 15th meeting and unanimously approved, recommending that the bar approve the LSP criminals establishing this proposed Jeff Blackburn Award. Our subcommittee did recommend one change to the proposed language regarding who is eligible, and the LSP Criminal Committee made that change. The approved proposal is in your materials. Therefore, on behalf of the Affordable Legal Services Subcommittee, I move that the State Bar Board of Directors approve the establishment of the Legal Services to the Poor Criminal Standing Committee's Jeff Blackburn Award as proposed.
Coming from a committee requires no second. Any discussion, comments? When you take the mic, please state your name.
Chris Rampelmeyer from Amarillo, and Jeff Blackburn was a personal friend and I can't imagine a better honor, a better person to be honored by this award.
Thank you, Chris. Any additional comments? Hearing none. All in favor signify by aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
That concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Voss. There is no report from the Legislative Policy Committee. That'll take us to the Professional Development Subcommittee. Director Tobin.
Mr. Chair, you got to give me a heads up if you're skipping someone. I might sprain a hamstring getting up here. The Board Professional Development Subcommittee, we actually meet next week. We will meet jointly with the CLE Committee on April 29th to discuss new topics on CLE programs and publications and be briefed on finances and operations. Texas Bar CLE is gearing up for its flagship summer advanced courses. As many of you know, we offer courses in advanced estate planning and probate, advanced real estate, advanced personal injury, advanced criminal law, and advanced family law. Registration is now open, and we're anticipating strong attendance as participation traditionally increases in the summer following a legislative session. Texas Bar Books recently released new editions on the Texas Civil Pattern Jury Charges. The 4 new editions covering business, employment, general negligence, malpractice, and oil and gas law are available to purchase on texaslawpractice.com website, either as individual volumes or in a 5-volume set. The next update to the Texas Criminal Pattern Jury Charges will be released later this summer. The Texas Opportunity and Justice Incubator, also known as TOJI, graduates its 9th class this week. TOJI is the largest legal incubator in the country, and the current cohort delivered over 1,300 hours of pro bono service and over 2,000 hours of service to modest means clients during their time in the program for an estimated pro bono dividend to Texans of more than $480,000. The State Bar is committed to providing quality CLE to lawyers at all stages of their practice and from all income brackets. Currently, there are 2.25 hours of free online classes on texasbarcle.com. We also offer full and partial scholarships for seminars, webcasts, and online classes. Scholarships are also available for downloadable and online publications throughout Texas Bar Books. The process is easy, fast, and confidential. And that's my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Tobin. Director Tharagarjan has an excused absence, and I believe that Director Voss will be giving the report for the Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee, or no? Okay. Then Director Jeff Weinstein will be providing the report for the Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee. Oh, sorry. We'll hear from Brandy Wingate Voss on the new directors on behalf of the sections reps of the board.
Okay. We're on this, right? Or did you skip ahead? Okay, I can do that one now.
Yeah.
Okay. Over the past 10 years, section membership has increased by 14%. Today, the total section membership is up to 87,886 members. Our Council of Chairs spring meeting was held at the Texas Law Center in Austin on Friday, February 21st, where the chairs voted on 2 new section representatives to the board. The large section rep is Richard A. Crow of Houston, and the new medium section rep will be the Honorable C. Michael Davis of Palestine. They were elected by the Council of Chairs and were approved earlier on the consent agenda. As Judge Bullard discussed in his section report at the last meeting, the Hispanic Issues section has proposed changing their name to the Hispanic Lawyers section. Following the unanimous Council of Chairs approval of the proposed name change, the section representative to the board provided their recommendation to the board in favor of the proposed name change as well. This proposal has worked its way through the process and was also approved earlier on the consent agenda. Lastly, the Criminal Justice section and the Hispanic Issues section submitted updated bylaws, and the African American Lawyers section submitted a dues increase request, all of which were also approved earlier on the consent agenda. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Voss. Any questions regarding the section reps report before I bring you up for the new Director Orientation Subcommittee report? We'd like to introduce Director Voss for that.
Y'all didn't know this was the Brandy show today. Okay, the new Directors Orientation Subcommittee met on April 15th. We are excited to be planning for an in-person orientation for the new board members in conjunction with the annual meeting in June in San Antonio. There will be a total of 18 new directors, and this includes the section reps and liaisons that will be joining our board. Our committee will be making phone calls to each new director as soon as the elections are concluded to welcome them to the board and to provide a board member contact for them. The new board members will be present at our June 18th board meeting and will attend the board dinner that evening, so please make sure to introduce yourself to the new members. I want to thank directors Jason Charbonnet, Diana Gomez, Chrissy Castle, Laura Kugler, Tony Nguyen, and Shannon Quadros for being part of our committee, and we're excited to welcome our new directors. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Director Voss. Any questions for her regarding the new Director Orientation? Hearing none, we'll hear from Director Jeff Weinstein regarding the Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I take a photograph? I think my mother will find this hard to believe. I'm not her favorite son, by the way. Good morning. 2024 representing here, class. The subcommittee met on April 17th to hear updates on the State Bar's member benefits program. I'll share a few highlights from our meeting. The Texas Bar Private Insurance Exchange is the exclusive one-stop insurance marketplace for the Texas legal community. Program growth. Enrollment in the exchange continues to grow. Overall, enrollments across all programs increased by 2.8% over 2024. Programs for solos. One major task of our program is to help find options for our solo and small firm members who are more limited in options. Two programs that will hopefully help with that are the Members Health Plan, MHP, and Bar Health. We have talked about the exclusive group plan for Texas law firms, Members Health Plan, in the past and its future availability to solo practitioners. This year, it will be rolled out to them. While not historically available to solos, the 2023 Texas legislature passed legislation to permit programs like MHP to offer coverage to solo practitioners. We are now also offering Bar Health, which is similar to the MHP. Bar Health also helps solo practitioners seeking PPO health plan options. New offers. After review by staff and input from the subcommittee, which, by the way, we can never say enough about our staff. I mean, absolutely incredible. We are, yes, absolutely. I feel truly blessed to actually see how this thing works from the inside. We have an incredible staff. The first is the Guideline Retirement Program, which is a retirement program that may be a good fit for our solo and small firm members. The other available retirement program through the ABA is geared more toward large groups. The second new offering is the Group Excess Liability Program. This program will fill a gap in our current offers. The Group Excess Liability coverage will offer a competitive price that will help members supplement their home and life policies. This is useful because many attorneys are seeking personal liability limits that are greater than most personal umbrella liability programs. Non-insurance member benefits. Trust and accounting billing software. In June 2024, the State Bar launched Smokeball Bill. Anybody using it? Okay, you're the only ones not using it. A free benefit to all members. Smokeball Bill is a standalone, cloud-based law firm billing and trust accounting product that is designed to include everything lawyers need to bill their clients, get paid, and balance their books compliantly. According to our latest statistics from April the 18th of 2025, 1,112 firms have signed up for Smokeball Bill, and we have 1,236 total users. Member feedback has been positive. As mentioned previously by immediate past President Tisdale earlier today, the mental health therapy benefit through BetterHelp has continued to be utilized, and our members are reporting a high rate of satisfaction with the services provided. That concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and let's get a selfie later. Hisham Masri, come rescue me with the TYLA report, please. Thank you.
Howdy, y'all. Great to see y'all. I'm so happy to be here with y'all in Sugar Land and here to report on the Texas Young Lawyers Association. As always, we're sticking with our theme of having fun. So we got ourselves a colorful report for y'all, not as pixelated as the last one. So hopefully easier to see as well. And so a little bit different than what I've done with the last couple of reports. The TYLA board hasn't had a board meeting since the last time that we've met. Our next board meeting is actually next week in Irving, where I work and near where I live. So I'll save kind of the pictures from the board and kind of a more broad update about all of our projects and everything that we've accomplished over the year for our June meeting when we meet at the annual meeting in San Antonio. But for this report, I want to give you all at least an update. While we haven't had a board meeting, we have been very busy. I think I've had somewhere to travel to every week since the first week of January. So it's a bit of a travel schedule. But we're enjoying it, and so we're here towards the end of it, and so I put these in chronological order to the best of my abilities. And so let's see if I can get this clicker to work. I cannot. Oh, there we go. Got the first one. All right, so first up was the Texas Bar Foundation meeting in El Paso. Our chair, Carlos, had encouraged us to dress up in Western attire, and so that's your entire Texas Bar Foundation board. It was a great time in El Paso, seeing the city there, and alongside directors David Courageous and our judicial liaison, Judge Miller, and many of our other friends who you all probably recognize. Next stop was the North Texas Joint Inns of Court. For anyone not from North Texas, all of our Inns of Court meet on a yearly basis. This year we were hosted at the Fort Worth Zoo. Saw a lot of our candidates there, including all of both the state bar candidates and both the Texas Young Lawyer candidates for president-elect. I could probably fill this entire presentation with President Benish because he is everywhere that I'm at. So I excluded that picture, but that was the first one I had put up. That's a great opportunity to really network and see a lot of the folks across the state, and always one of my favorite events every year. Next, I visited my law school. They have a new structural constitutional law center, which is focused on the study of the Constitution and the structure of the Constitution and the powers afforded under the Constitution. One of the keynote speakers is former Chief Justice Hecht, who came and spoke to the law school and really hosting this reception for there. And while there, I saw our own Judge Bullard, who we know offices out of the law school. So it was fantastic seeing him there as well. Next was the Houston Courts Ramadan event. So every year, a group of Houston judges host a Ramadan event where they teach the public, teach lawyers, the members of the judiciary what is Ramadan, and kind of help people understand what the event's about and what the month works and everything like that for those who observe it. We heard from our own President Benish at that event, and we had a great turnout, and I saw a lot of other past directors and leaders there. And the picture there is with President Benish as well as members of our Houston judiciary. Next stop, literally the day after, I headed down to College Station for the Texas Aggie Bar Association Conference. For anyone who saw her, Kara Miller, who was the president of the Texas Aggie Bar Association until, I think, like 2 weeks ago, hosted us there. This event was, we had a social hour at the George Bush Presidential Library. And of course, we got a picture there with Paul, our own chair, as well as Judge Moorhead. And then with our two TYLA candidates, Armin and Ashton. It's one of my favorite events every year. They do a fantastic job and have done a great job representing the Aggie lawyers across the state. Next, we went to Galveston for Leadership SBOT. So for Leadership SBOT, we had a lot of great speakers. The picture on the left is with the entire current class. I think we had the entire class there. That was a picture. So I am not the best about taking pictures, I'll admit. And y'all may wonder, how do I get all of these? The way I do that is President Benich does a great job of taking pictures. And so I will often go onto his Facebook page before these meetings and take all these pictures. So this is actually one of his photos. That's the one with the entire class. And then on the right side, we have the beloved Cindy Tisdale, as well as Judge Wilkinson out of Tarrant County. And the two people who are next to me are Andrew Tisdale, Cindy's son, and Emily Wilkinson, Judge Wilkinson's daughter. They are both members of this year's class, and both Cindy as well as Judge Wilkinson spoke to this year's class about investing in bar service. And so it's been that was like a very much a highlight of the weekend. We also had our own Judge McClure, who was one of our speakers over the weekend. They built bikes and they really helped out the children and helping serve the public down there. It's a fantastic program year over year, and it's really a privilege to continue to participate in it. I think it's the 16th year of the class for Leadership SBOT. Another fun fact is Andrew Tisdale is joining the TYLA board next year as one of our directors out of Tarrant County, so we're very excited to have him. All right, next. So who here is subscribed to Young Gunners, the TYLA podcast, or any of the State Bar podcasts? So Laura and Brittany, that's it? Oh, okay, well, so, come on, y'all. We can do better than that. And y'all will want to subscribe after I deliver this portion of the report. So about a month ago now, y'all know that in my series this year for the TYLA Young Gunners podcast is Pathways to Success. The goal was interviewing successful attorneys from across the state about how did they find success in the practice of law? How did you become general counsel? How did you become managing partner? And one of my desires was to interview members of the Supreme Court of Texas and ask them, well, how did you become a Supreme Court of Justice? So Justice Young, I know your report's coming up. We'd love to hear from you again. But notwithstanding that, we had asked the court, hey, would one of you or a couple of you volunteer to sit down for an interview with the Texas Young Lawyers about how you became a justice on the court. And in a tremendous response, y'all would think we'd get like what, 1 or 2? No, all 9 justices agreed to sit down with the Texas Young Lawyers Association presidents for an interview series about what was their path to success and how they joined the court and what does their practice look like on the court today. I believe it's a tremendous honor to have the entire court sit down for this interview series. And to my understanding and to my knowledge, I think it's the first time we've ever had the entire Texas Supreme Court sit down for any interview series. So we're excited about this. All of the podcast episodes, are ready. Will be released, releasing those over the next few weeks. And I want to just extend a special thank you to Justice Young and the entire Texas Supreme Court for this tremendous honor. And thank you to Director Martinez and Director Pratt for joining me and doing these interviews. So, like I said, if you don't follow us yet on Young Gunners, I expect we at least have 50 more subscribers after today's meeting. All right. Next, I've got the State Bar of Texas EC meeting. This was about a week afterwards. It's a pleasure serving on this committee. And we all know that Liz Cantu loves her pictures. And so on the left side, you've got a picture, I think, by Director Cantu. It's always great to see you all in Austin for this meeting. Next, I visited SMU with Director Harrison to talk about the value of bar service. A lot of the folks in the room may know Sally Pretorius, a family attorney at Kunz Fuller in Dallas. She teaches a law practice management course at SMU, and she invited myself and Brittany Harrison to speak to the class about our journeys in the bar and our involvement in bar service and the value that we've seen in it. That was a fantastic program there. Next, we went to Houston for our 50th anniversary of our national trial competition. During the competition, we recognized David Beck from Houston for starting the competition literally 50 years ago, as well as we have re-honored and renamed our yearly advocacy award in honor of Clint Harbor, a past TYLA director who unfortunately passed away last year. Y'all may know his sister, Corey Harbor, a past director on this board, a past TYLA president as well, who the Harbor family joined us to accept that award that we honored in his name. And we had a fantastic time with that competition, and a special congratulations to St. John's, which won the competition overall. All right, just a few more slides, y'all. Then we went to Austin for the Texas Bar Foundation grants meeting. We awarded $870,000, a little over that, in grants in this grant cycle. Again, if y'all represent nonprofits, organizations in your local locales that provide legal services and are seeking grant funding, I would encourage you all to look at the Texas Bar Foundation for that. And thank you to all of our fellows who continue to support the foundation year after year. We're looking forward to the party at annual meeting. Hopefully I'll see all of y'all there. Next, I went to an event for the Dallas Women Lawyers Association. They host a program year after year. So normally I don't get invited, but because I'm in-house, I get invited. So they do a program called The Pitch, where they have they have all women lawyers pitching to in-house lawyers and then providing critique about their pitches. I've participated in the program for several years now. It's always a fun program, and there, pictured with me, is Chelsea Hilliard, the current president of the Dallas Women Lawyers Association. Speaking of Supreme Courts, I visited DC last week and got sworn into the United States Supreme Court. So thank you. I need a reason to use this admission, so the next time y'all have an oral argument in front of the U.S. Supreme Court, you know you've got a guy. And then last but certainly not least, through a grant through the Texas Bar Foundation, we were able to create the Texas Law Student Hub. This is a website that I've talked about for the entire bar year that is intended to help prospective and current law students get into law school and be successful once they're there. It talks about admissions and financial aid and the LSAT and everything you need to do before you get and how to pick a law school. And then once you're there, it helps you with understanding your courses, understanding how to get a judicial clerkship or a job or pass the bar exam. If y'all know students who are interested in law school, or if y'all know people who are current law students, it's a fantastic resource for exactly those people. It is lawstudenthub.tyla.org. The website is now live. I hope you all visit it and we'll use it. And we're working on utilizing it over the next year. With that, that concludes my report, Chair Stafford.
Any comments or questions from directors? Thank you for all the wonderful work that you're doing and that TYLA is doing. We really appreciate it. And now we'll move to our liaison reports. Justice Evan Young will now give a report regarding the Supreme Court.
Justice Lehrman is very sorry not to be here. She spent several hours at DFW Airport yesterday and eventually just decided to pull the plug on it because she's got an unusually, well, maybe not so unusual for her, but an unusually hectic schedule. She was speaking up in North Texas, was going to fly down for this, then fly back up there where she has a wedding to attend, then fly to Alabama for a funeral, then fly back to Austin for conference on Tuesday, and it just seemed perhaps the Lord's will that she not come, given the difficulty she had yesterday, but she did send her best regards to each of you. You know how much she loves you. A few things about the court. First, a report on our work. Normally, by the end of June, we get all of our decisions for the term out. This year, however, we decided instead to participate in the TYLA interview program, so. But despite that, we will still get our opinions out at the end of June. It's been a time of change at the court. When I joined in November of 2021, I was the newest member and stayed that way until January 1st of this year. We now have a new Chief Justice, a new Justice, and as you probably heard, Justice Boyd announced this past week or so that he will leave the court at the end of this term sometime this summer. And so sometimes things happen that way, where there's a long period of quiet and then a period of change. I don't think that any of my other colleagues are likely to follow that lead anytime soon. I hope not, but we will get a new justice likely sometime in the summer, and the governor will be able to announce that replacement, who will then have to run in the next election. A couple things about orders that we have released or requests that we have made of the public. First, as you know, the Supreme Court is very deliberative. We don't like to do things fast. We don't want to make big changes based on things that we're not certain of. A number of our rules, as Director Cantu described earlier today, were written with the idea of judges riding around on a horse to various counties, the idea that you would hear from the judge in the fullness of time, because who knows where he is, where his stagecoach might be in the various circuit riding that he's doing. You know, and that's probably good. Are any of us really sure that this innovation, the automobile, is going to stick around, for example? We don't want to make too vast a change, but we've decided to accelerate something here. And so as of April 1st of this year, we now have amended Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 6, Texas Rule of Appellate Procedure 10. This may be getting ahead of ourselves a bit, but we've decided that this new innovation called email might stick around for a while longer. And so it is now required that if you withdraw from a case, you include your email address in that motion so that people can track you down. Now that, I get it, you know, you can say, come on guys, think a little more carefully about things before you make these big rapid changes and throw them at the bar. But let's see how it goes. You know, if you filed any withdrawal motions from April 1st until today that didn't include your email, you might want to supplement that. One other thing that I'll mention, and that is that we have open until July 1st a request for comment on a topic that may be of interest to this organization and to the bar more generally. And that is that since 1983, the Supreme Court of Texas has delegated to the American Bar Association the responsibility for determining which law schools will allow their graduates to take the Texas bar. The statute says that those law schools will be on a list maintained by the Supreme Court of Texas, and in the 1983 we said, well, that will be whatever the ABA says. And we've decided to ask the bar and the public for comment on whether or not that ought to go back to the way that it was, whether it should stay the way that it is, whether there's something else altogether different that we ought to be thinking about. It's an opportunity to think very broadly about the topic of admissions and how to determine those who are eligible for admission to the Texas bar. And so I would encourage you to take a look at the order that was released a couple of weeks ago, asking for these broad comments. And if you or your organizations, your firms, others that you're associated with have thoughts, we're all ears. We genuinely want to hear. And so with that, I will end my brief report on behalf of the Supreme Court of Texas. Unless there are questions.
Thank you, Justice Young. Are there any questions or comments? Thank you for your report. I appreciate it. Okay. Judge McClure does not have a report on the Court of Criminal Appeals. We appreciate the good work that they're doing as well. Now we'll hear from Judge Bill Miller with a Judicial Section report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Appreciate the invitation again to make a report with regard to the Judicial Section. We are continuing to focus on member services this year with our ethics opinions for the judiciary, our new judicial sidebar program, which is I like to think of as a phone a friend. So if you are a judge and you have some question about some legal issue that's come up, you can't obviously talk to the lawyers about it, but you can talk to another judge about that. And so we have set up a judicial sidebar program to allow judges to connect with each other. And probably the thing that the judicial section has been dealing with most this year is the legislative session. We are constantly monitoring all of the bills that are going through the process right now. We have had many judges testify on bills that are going through session as resource judges for the legislature's benefit. Particularly a significant bill that was passed out of committee just this week is House Bill 5081 related to personal information with regard to judges. Obviously, we are all very concerned about the rhetoric that is being used these days with regard to the judiciary as a whole from all levels, from national down to the state. Certainly, we are concerned that for security matters, and so we appreciate the House Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence just passing out a bill that allows for the redaction of personal information from judicial personnel, which includes not only the judge, but also our docket coordinators and other staff. And there's several more bills that are in the works, and so we appreciate the legislature working on that. The Judicial Section's Legislative Committee, which is chaired by Judge Alfonso Charles, who's 124th District Court, and also the presiding judge for the 10th Judicial Region, is meeting weekly to evaluate the different stages of legislation as they go through and the different bills that are going through. Probably the primary bill that we are monitoring, or bills that we are monitoring right now, have to do with judicial compensation. As you probably know, judicial compensation has not been adjusted since 2013. There is two bills that are now being considered. One is passed the Senate, which is Senate Bill 293. The House is considering the companion bill of House Bill 1761. That has had a hearing, and we're currently waiting to see if that is going to get passed out of that committee and then hopefully get into a reconciliation. Those bills will also affect some judicial transparency issues as well as the Judicial Commission. So the Judicial Section is monitoring all of that and reporting to the judiciary on what's happening there. And we continue to look forward to our transition. So at the June meeting, at the annual meeting, the new liaison will take over Judge Victor Villarreal, who will become chair at our September meeting with the judicial annual meeting. So we have a little time slip there that we will be dealing with, but that's the report from the judicial section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Miller. Any comments or questions for Judge Miller? Hearing none. Judge Jeff Brown, our federal judicial liaison, has an excused absence and there is no report. Our out-of-state lawyer liaison, Rob Addy, also has an excused absence and there is no report. That will take us to the Commission for Lawyers Discipline report from Chief Disciplinary Counsel Shauna Willing.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your attention. This report from the Commission for Lawyer Discipline for the third quarter of this year is in your materials, and the highlights that I'll point out to you are that we resolved 56 complaints through 47 sanctions. That included 2 disbarments, 13 suspensions, 2 public reprimands, 13 private reprimands, and 17 cases were resolved through the grievance referral program. Year-to-date, starting June 1st, we've had 246 complaints resolved through 168 sanctions. We've also collected close to $200,000 in attorney's fees revenue. Final reminder, especially for those of you whose terms are ending, if you're still hearing from my office about appointing members to the grievance committees in your districts, we need that information by May 5th so we can do background checks. And that way President Benish can make those appointments by June 1st. And as always, if you have any questions, please reach out to my office. Thanks.
Any comments, questions for Shauna Willing? Okay. And now we'll hear from CDRR Chair Louis Kennard, who will provide a report.
Thank you, Mr. Outgoing Chair. I appreciate it. As you all know, the CDRR is commissioned by the State Bar Act to give a report to you annually and to the Supreme Court on our work as we review all of the rules of disciplinary procedure and professional responsibility. We have, over the past few years, been fairly busy, and I appreciate all your help. I want to thank you to everyone for your support through that, our second referendum, where a whole dozen items overwhelmingly passed. We do continue our work, although we've slowed down a little bit. So no referendum coming in the next few months. You can relax a little bit there. I do want to thank you again. It takes all of you. Our work continues, but we're a small committee. We only have 9 members, so we need you. We cannot represent and understand all the perspectives of this very diverse bar. So you and your constituents are really, really important to the care and feeding and maintenance of our rules. These are our rules, and Texas uniquely gets to, the Texas Bar gets to vote on any changes to these rules. So we need you to be informed and involved and follow us as you can. All of our meetings are open. They're online, they're recorded, and you can listen to them at your leisure anytime when you get really curious about what we're doing. You can also send any comments to us. It's a very simple email address, cdrr@texasbar.com. Very easy to remember, even for people, you know, of hair color like mine. So it's something we do. We make it easy for y'all to reach us. We make it easy for anyone to comment. We welcome all contributions, suggestions, and somebody that might counterbalance some of the retired law professors that keep filling our email box with ideas. We need some practical bar exam, bar member comments. What's working? Is there a problem out there? Is there a rule that's outdated? Is there something there's a gap? Maybe we should get rid of something. We welcome all suggestions. But again, we thank you and appreciate your support, and our full report is in your materials.
Thank you, Chair Kennard. Are there any questions or comments? Now we'll hear from, thanks again. Now we'll hear from our General Counsel, Ross Fisher.
Good morning. April 30th is when your personal financial statements are due. So hopefully you filed it.
Can you say that again?
April 30th, 2025, your personal financial statements are due unless you've requested an extension. So if you haven't filed it, I would suggest filing it or asking the Ethics Commission for a 60-day extension, which they're pretty nice about granting you one extension. I filed mine. As a general counsel, I'm required to file one. I was in the system last month when I filed it and looked back at my filing history, and I have filed 16 personal financial statements over the last 20 years. So I've got a lot of experience doing this. I'm not sure that I have a lot of experience doing it correctly, but I have learned a few things, and so I'm going to share those things with you today. So if you find yourself walking through the program in the next 5 days, keep these in mind. There's not a lot of formal guidance out there about the personal financial statement, but last year, the Ethics Commission was asked a question and answered the question, and it had to do with funds held in your firm's trust account. So when you fill out your personal financial statement, two of the things you have to list: your sources of occupational income and your law firm business assets and liabilities. And so the question posed to the commission was, I have settlement funds belonging to a client in my IOLTA account. Does that need to show up on my personal financial statement? And the Ethics Commission said, no, that doesn't count because it's not occupational income. The funds held in trust are not the assets of the law firm or the lawyer. They're not a liability of the law firm, so they need not be reported under that schedule. The funds held in trust are not income to the lawyer, so you don't have to report that. And finally, the funds themselves belong to the client, and so they're not the lawyers, and the interest belongs to the Access for Justice Foundation. So none of that is really yours. I tell you that, it seems like common sense, but it's been asked, and now the commission is on the record. And if you rely on an ethics advisory opinion, and that is Ethics Advisory Opinion 608, if you rely on one reasonably, then that's a defense to prosecution, and it's a defense to civil penalty. So keep that in mind. Second compliance tip, if in doubt when you're filling this out, double report. There is a schedule where you list real property that you have an interest in, and you also have to list anyone else owning that has an interest in that real property. That would include a mortgage company if you're still paying off your home. So you have to list that. There's also a schedule where you have to list personal notes. So basically loans over a certain amount, you have to list the range of how much you owe and who the lender is. I thought for years, and apparently wrongly, that if I listed my mortgage company, that was good enough. I didn't need to double report it on the loan schedule. Well, the Ethics Commission takes a different view of that, as they pointed out when they randomly audited my personal financial statements last year. So I went back and corrected those, and so when in doubt, double report. It's not going to be enough in the eyes of TEC to list it on your real estate disclosure schedule. You also need to list it on your personal notes schedule. So keep that in mind. I'm not sure I agree with it, but that's the way it is. Finally, there's a new rule that the Ethics Commission adopted. It went into effect January of this year regarding the PFS, and it says that a state officer who serves for any portion of a calendar year must file a PFS the following year covering financial activity that occurred during the portion of the year the state officer held office. So this is new, and what I think it means is that for those of you rolling off in June of 2025, don't be surprised if you get a letter in January of 2026 telling you have to file a PFS, even though you're no longer in office and haven't been in office for over 6 months. Kaylin and I are working with the Ethics Commission to make sure that the way we read that is the way they read it, and we will advise you all accordingly when we get that confirmation. I'm available to help answer with questions as you go through your PFS. If you need them, send me an email, give me a phone call. I've done this a lot, I've learned a lot, and I'm happy to help you as you go through it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. Any questions for General Counsel Ross Fisher? Thank you. Next up will be our Chief Legal Counsel, Chris Ritter.
I don't have a public report, but we do have some matters that we need to discuss in closed session.
Okay, accordingly, it's now 11:21 a.m. and the State Bar Board of Directors will now recess The open meeting and reconvene in closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for this purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding Boudreaux versus Louisiana State Bar Association, Alford versus State Bar of Texas, Turnbull versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., Turnbull versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., Robbins versus State Bar of Texas et al., Robbins versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., Ireland versus State Bar of Texas et al., Winningham versus State Bar of Texas et al., Barreras versus State Bar of Texas, legal matters related to 1415 Lavaca, legal matters related to the State Bar's Information Technology System Security, and as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.074, to deliberate regarding personnel matters. With the exception of board members, board liaisons, and section representatives, all other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, need to excuse themselves from the closed session. We will notify the public when we are 5 minutes out from returning to open session. In the open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to consultation with legal counsel regarding Boudreaux versus Louisiana State Bar Association, Alford versus State Bar of Texas, Turnbull versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., Turnbull versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., Robbins versus State Bar of Texas et al., Robbins versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., Ireland versus State Bar of Texas et al., Winnington versus State Bar of Texas et al., Barreras versus State Bar of Texas, legal matters relating to 1415 Lavaca, and legal matters relating to the State Bar's Information Technology Systems Security were discussed. No action was taken in closed session. If there's no other business, is there a director who wishes to make a motion to adjourn, and please state your name? Jeff Work has moved. Chrissy Castle has seconded. We stand adjourned.